Greeting colleagues. I'm avoiding the use of morning or afternoon or evening because we're in different countries where we have different time zone. So welcome everyone. Welcome to this webinar, our third webinar for 2026. So our theme for this webinar today, it's about scaling PhD scholarship to research publications and commercialization. So in other words, when you finish your PhD, you have to scale it down to publications as well as commercialization. So before I go any further, colleagues, I first would like to acknowledge our leadership, the VCs who are participating in this webinar, our DVCs, our PVCs, our deans, and all other levels of leaderships are all observed. So welcome colleagues to this particular webinar, which we established in 2023. So this webinar was established by 4 universities through our what we call our NRF grant, which then allowed us to establish this through 4 universities. The first one was the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the University of Eswatini in Eswatini, the National University of Lesotho in Lesotho, Kenyatta University in Kenya, and then we've recently officially joined by KCA University, who is also now participating, but other universities are all other universities that are participating are also acknowledged. So colleagues, then with that short background, the process then will go as follows. One, we'll have our address from our DVC, Research and Innovation. And also we'll also have our guest speaker today who will then be taking us through. So our chairperson today will be Dr. Peshuna Mudau from Vaal University of Technology. Yes, so that is the process. But for now, without wasting any time, colleagues, I would like to call upon our University Dean of Research, Professor Neil Gugumani, to introduce our DVC so that our DVC for research and innovations will then give us an idea of what UKZN is doing so that other universities that are with us here may be able to have some share experiences around those particular ideas. So may I then hand over to Professor Kupunari to introduce our DVC, then after which then Dr. Mudau will then take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Khoza, and thank you for inviting the Research Office to be part of this webinar. We're very honored to be here. It gives me great pleasure today to introduce my good friend and colleague, Professor Anil Chuttergun, who's the DVC of Research and Innovation in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Professor Anil Chuttergun is a medical biochemist and has a PhD in toxicology and epigenetics. He is a professor in medical biochemistry and past health. He was the Dean of Research in the College of Health Sciences from 2019 to 2024. In fact, we served together as deans in 2 different colleges. He's currently the acting DVC for Research and Innovation, and he's a B-rated medical scientist who's published over 210 papers and 12 chapters in books, edited 2 books, and many conference proceedings. He was regularly placed as a top 30 researcher at the university since 2015. He actively researches epigenetic phenomena in toxicology and its implications in human diseases. He's an expert on mycotoxins and their biological toxicity in humans, and has pioneered research on fusarium toxins and epigenetics and their implication in human disease. His contribution to toxicology has been recognized by the CDT curator, supported by the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences in the USA, where 8 of his manuscripts are included in this database. This database provides manually curated information about chemical gene or protein interactions, chemical disease, and gene disease relationships. He has successfully supervised and graduated over 150 master's and 50 PhD students. He has an H index of 48 and an I-10 index of 170 on Google Scholar, and serves as an editor on several prestigious journals. He's also a member of the South African Society of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology and the South African Society of Clinical Biochemists. He's also a very avid mountain biker. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Anil Chittergrim. Anil, over to you. I think you muted, Anil.
That's old age, Prof. Greetings, colleagues and distinguished guests, and of course to my good friend, Prof. Kuban Ali. As you've heard, we go back a long way, and thank you for the very kind invitation. And Professor Simon Koza, thank you for inviting us, and congratulations on this webinar. I'm very pleased to hear that you are funded by the NRS, and the fact that this has been going on for a while. So well done to you and your colleagues. So it is really a privilege to welcome you and speak to this webinar that is hosted here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. As you know, UKZN is one of South Africa's leading research-led institutions that brings together a rich academic heritage and a clear institutional vision that is centered on excellence, innovation, and African scholarship. As a multi-campus university in KwaZulu-Natal, UKZN has built a strong reputation for teaching, research, and community engagement, and continues to position itself as a leading international research-intensive institution that is committed to advancing knowledge and delivering practical solutions to complex challenges. Research is one of UKZN's key strategic priorities. Our research is integrated into teaching and learning, and this is reinforced by a dynamic postgraduate and postdoctoral program across all 4 of our colleges. UKZN's postgraduate prospectus also makes clear that research and postgraduate training are directed through defined research focus areas, ensuring that master's and doctoral work is aligned with institutional strengths and national and continental priorities. This is especially important in the context of doctoral education. At UKZN, we regard postgraduate students not simply as learners, but as emerging researchers and future innovators. The university supports this through prestigious doctoral research scholarships, research grants, publication support, and conference funding that encourage both academic progress and research productivity. But funding alone is not enough. To scale PhD scholarship into publications, students must be placed in enabling research environments with strong supervision, access to research centers, and a culture of scholarly dissemination. UKZN's research ecosystem includes well-established centers, units, and institutes, together with the postgraduate and postdoctoral community that plays a critical role in driving the university's research output. In this way, doctoral scholarship becomes part of a wider pipeline that supports proposal, development, presentation at conferences, publication in accredited journals, and contribution to high-impact knowledge production. Equally, UKZN recognizes that the value of doctoral research should not end with a thesis or the journal article. UKZN has created platforms that supports research for product advancement, innovation partnerships, and the commercialization of research. So when we speak about scaling PhD scholarship, the UKZN model is not about increasing enrollments or awarding bursaries. It is about building a coherent pathway, identifying strong doctoral candidates, funding them well, embedding them in productive research environments, supporting publication, and opening channels for innovation and commercialization. That is how postgraduate education becomes a driver of institutional research excellence, societal impact, and economic value. So with those few words, I will wish you well for the webinar. And thank you again for having my colleague and my good friend, Professor Kuban Ali, and I at your webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the DVC from UKZN. Just a quick intro. My name is soon to be Dr. Mudau. My PhD is currently under defense at the moment. So I will be your chair for this particular procession. Before I proceed, I would like to hope that everyone is doing well today. Having the privilege to be a chair today, I'd like to extend my warm welcome to all participants that are coming representing various institutions. We really do appreciate you coming through to share your knowledge and also to contribute positively towards this webinar. Also, I'd like to shine some light to my supervisor, Prof. Koza, for assembling such an educational enriching webinar. We fully hope that we can all benefit from that. With that being said, we can all agree that earning a PhD or rather a master's degree is a remarkable achievement. However, what is more impressive is the ability to translate research into tangible impact, including generating revenue from your scholarly work. This aligns quite closely with today's theme, which is highly relevant to many of us in academia who either have a PhD or registered for a master's. I would therefore like to encourage everyone to pay close attention to today's presentation as it touches base on how we can monetize and also have a great impact within the research footprint. This insights shared today with the special guest may provide valuable perspectives on how we can enhance quality, relevance, and impact the research projects that we either undertake ourselves out of curiosity or research that we supervise. I am confident that today's discussion will stimulate meaningful engagements and most certainly encourage us to think critically about how we can leverage the research that we conduct from both ends, be it from an academical perspective or to enrich societal values. With that being said, I would like to provide Dr. Mukirai the opportunity to introduce our speaker for the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mudau. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so it is my pleasure to introduce the guest speaker, who is also a friend and a former colleague at Kenyatta University for many years, Professor Vincent Onyuela. So I'll just briefly go through his bio. And to start with, is that Professor Vincent Onyuela is a pioneer Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, Innovation and Outreach at KCA University. And he is also an Associate Professor of Exercise and Sport Science with over 25 years of teaching and research experience, including 15 years in senior university and management. He holds a doctorate in exercise and sports science, specializing in genetics, nutrition, and sociocultural factors, influencing the success of Kenyan middle and long distance learners. You all know that Kenya is known for its athletic prowess. So Professor has been a key researcher in that area. He is a physical activity and active transport researcher with extensive national and international research networks. He has served in various key leadership roles at Kenyatta University. Actually, he was for a long time at Kenyatta University. And I'm happy to say that when this webinar series started, he was in the office that spearheaded this webinar series. So That is why even after moving to KCA, he is still very much attached to this webinar series because it is his baby, because he is the one who started it with the former DVC for Leo. And so at Kenyatta University, he served in various leadership positions. He was the Director Center for International Linkages and Programs. He was a pioneer registrar for research, innovation, and outreach. And he also served as an acting deputy vice chancellor in the same division, that is research, innovation, and outreach. He was instrumental in the establishment of the International Association of Athletics Federation Academy at Kenyatta University, as well as the establishment of the blueprint for a Kenyatta University Sports Complex, complete with the stadium and recreation center. Professor Vincent is very well published with over 165 publications, with 120 articles in the valid journals, 3 book chapters, and 4 conference proceedings, and 35 conference abstracts. He's also a very good fundraiser, and he has managed to secure more than Kenya shilling 1 billion in research and development funds. I think 1 billion in terms of the USD, that would be, I don't know how to do the mathematics, but it's still a lot of money if you have to convert it to USD. He has implemented several strategic regional and international collaborations focused on physical activity, active transport, healthy living, higher education, internationalization, research capacity building, innovation, and inclusive development across Africa and beyond. And there are many projects that he has been implemented in Kenya and in other countries. And the partnerships that he has developed span across Africa, Europe, and North Africa. And these projects have advanced interdisciplinary research, academic mobility, physical activity, and nutrition studies, childhood obesity prevention, engineering, business, and technology. And all this has gone a long way in enhancing research productivity and promoting healthy lifestyles. With regard to his citation index, he has got a good citation index with over 11,000 citations and a H index of 56, which is quite high, and a NI10 index of 105. So he is quite accomplished as a scholar. He is a member of several professional bodies and a peer reviewer for many international index journals. And he is also a mentor, academic advisor, and supervisor to several undergraduate and graduate students within the Eastern African region and beyond. So in brief, that is our speaker for today. And like I said, he has been my colleague for many years and somebody that I know very well. And what I know about Prof is that he is very passionate with whatever he does. And I believe that even today's presentation, he will deliver it in a very passionate way. So Prof, you're welcome. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Njihia Mukirai, my friend of many years. Thank you for that very elaborate introduction. I would like to greet and recognize Professor Anil, DVC at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I was in KwaZulu-Natal about 5 years ago and enjoyed my academic visit there. I would like to recognize and greet Professor Neil, the Dean of Research. I would like to recognize and greet Professor Koza from the University of Eswatini and your colleagues who are joining here. I would like to greet and recognize the chair of the session. I would like to greet and recognize Dr. Mukirahe Njia, my friend and colleague of many years. I would like to recognize and greet all those who are here, the 68 of us. It's nice to be here. It gives me great pleasure and privilege to stand before you and make a presentation. As you have been told, I'm Vincent Onywera. I am a full professor. I am a full professor of exercise and sports science and currently serving as the Deputy Vice Chancellor at KCA University here in Kenya. I'm going to make this presentation jointly with my colleague, an aspiring scholar par excellence. She is made of steel. Her name is Sweeney Violet Tindi. Let me invite Sweeney to also introduce herself before I can continue. Sweeney, please introduce yourself because you are my co-presenter.
Thank you very much, Prof, and greetings to you all. It's such a pleasure and an honor to be part of this gathering and to interact with upcoming scholar and well-established scholars who are among here and learn the tools of the trade. I have been a mentee of Professor Onywera, and I relish walking behind the path. Normally, I tell people he has a mightiest touch. Everything he touches turns to gold. And I have witnessed this for the last, I think, 13 years, and it's been a great pleasure. And I hope we all benefit from the breadth and depth of wisdom that he carries every day with him. Good evening. Thank you, Prof.
Oh, thank you, Sweeney. You know, it makes me feel very nice that everything I touches turns into gold. Thank you for those wonderful observations on a Friday. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go straight to my presentation. Just to let you know that this presentation, I have put it together jointly with Sweeney Violet, who has just spoken a few minutes ago. And so I'm going to take us through a very inspiring journey on research and scholarly publication. And I really want to commend the organizers. Professor, I have a history with this process from the time I was at Kenyatta University. As Professor Njihia has said, I remember we used to drive this and I came to KCA University. So the presentation outline, I'll give you some fundamental statements about KCA University, who we are, and the higher education for national and international development. I will share with you a case study, a practical case study, and then we'll have conclusions and call to action. KCA University is the largest private university here in Kenya, sponsored by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, with a student population of 33,000. We have 4 campuses here in Kenya. Our modes of study are both on-site and virtually. We believe that all human beings have innate capacity to excel and show the best of what they are made of. And our vision as a university is to be an innovation-driven, globally competitive business and technology university that promotes integrity, diversity, and teamwork. So this is who KCA University are. As a university situated in Kenya, we are committed to working within the frameworks of Kenya Vision 2030, which aims to transform this country into a newly industrialized, middle-income country that provides high quality of life to all its citizens in a clean and secure environment by the year 2030. We need to observe that universities have a role to play, and universities will increase the quantity, quality, and relevance of their research outputs so that we can be able to contribute to national development aspirations of our countries wherever we are. Universities also have a role to play in advancing Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want through science, technology, innovation, commercialization, and entrepreneurship of our intellectual assets. Education, therefore, is the bridge between development aspirations, such as Kenya Vision 2030, such as Africa Agenda 2063, and sustainable futures. By developing human capital, by advancing research and innovation, promoting responsible citizenship, and generating solutions to societal challenges, we as universities and research institutions therefore play a central role in achieving national development priorities and the global sustainable development goals. The PhD scholarship landscape, and I think this forms the heart of this conversation this evening, that as we pursue our PhDs, even masters, the purpose is not just to generate knowledge or develop research capacity, but we aim to impact societies, to change the way things are being done, to enhance, improve the livelihood, to solve problems of our times. But why is it that in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and other developing countries, our researchers only end, some of them end at publication? They don't go beyond publishing their research outputs. It is about time that we demystify the mantra of publish or perish. We have to go beyond publishing by embedding entrepreneurial spirit, skills, by embedding commercialization of our research outputs and intellectual assets. This is a challenge that is facing most of us in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and developing countries. The current trend and challenges facing PhD scholars globally, and more so in Africa, range from low publication rates, extended completion times, funding gaps, funding, not finding, funding gaps, resources, lack of mutually beneficial partnerships and collaborations. And that's why I want to congratulate this team. University of Eswatini, Kenyatta University, University of KwaZulu-Natal, KCA University, for this mutually beneficial partnership and collaboration aimed at promoting and supporting research and research excellence. Limited industry engagement. Why are our universities not having strong strategic university industry partnerships? Inadequate commercialization pathways. Why are our graduates at PhD and master's level not commercializing their outputs, their intellectual assets? Weak policies and minimum mentorship programs. Where are the professors? Where are the doctors to hold their hands and mentor the young early career, mid-career researchers, the postgraduate students? Do we have policies in place to support postgraduate students moving forward? Few role models. Where are the role models? Professors and doctors, PhD holders. The postgraduate students are looking at you. They are looking at me. They are looking at us. Is it okay for me to urge my postgraduate students to file their patents and commercialize their intellectual assets when I have none? Does it send a message? Does it send a lesson? So we want to see role models who walk the talk. So in terms of sustainability of postgraduate education, one, postgraduate education is critical for national and international development and innovation. Sustainable funding, therefore, is required to ensure continuous enrollment, completion, and quality research output. However, financial sustainability remains a key challenge for many students and institutions, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. How do we secure long-term financial support for postgraduate education and research without overdependence on a single source? And this is where we talk about, at KCA University, an entrepreneurial university that has multiple sources of funding beyond tuition fee. We are looking at establishing, for example, innovation and incubation hubs. We have 2 here at KCA University. Establishing scientific and research ethics committees. Establishing strong university industry partnerships. Writing grant proposals. Commercializing research and intellectual outputs, so that there's no over-reliance on a single source, that's tuition, but we can have multiple sources of income for sustainability and growth. I would like to invite Violet to take us through the next 2 or 3 slides, then I'll come back. Violet, if you're there, please.
With pleasure, Prof. The reflective questions we are having when it comes to PhD, to postgraduate scholarship is, why are we not having competitive proposals being developed even immediately after graduation with PhD, and we have these various grant call for grants? How is it that we are not getting competitive proposals out there and they have gone through the process? Then it follows, why are we not attracting both small and large grants? This only answers to whether our proposals are competitive or are not. So what is it that we are not doing that doesn't bring in the research funding that we are seeing the developed countries are able to attract? What are we doing, but we are not doing correctly so that we can see the returns we are expecting? Are our master's and PhD programs not preparing graduates as good researchers, such that the output of graduates is not bringing in that return on that investment of postgraduate scholarship? Then, as supervisors, as our supervisors, what are the contributions probably to the outputs that we are seeing? So how do we describe a good supervisor? Of course, from the depiction there, they certainly have to be standing out. And a good supervisor not only shapes a researcher's mind, but also helps secure the means to pursue knowledge. Back to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Violet Sweeney. I am doing this, ladies and gentlemen. Sweeney is just completing her master's, but it is important for me as her mentor to give her the opportunity to be heard, the opportunity to speak, the opportunity to present. That is what mentorship means. That is what leaving no one behind means. So we are co-creating this conversation. So what is the role of the supervisor? Because supervisors, as already indicated by Violet, we must speak to ourselves. We have to look at the mirror. We have to ask ourselves the hard questions. Are we supervisors? Are we mentors? Are we helping students identify viable funding sources in their research journey? Are we doing this? If you are here and you are a supervisor, it is your responsibility to assist the students, to show them the ways, to show them opportunities, to support them. As supervisors, we need to provide feedback on funding applications, research proposals, and budgets. It's part of growth. It's part of helping these people to grow by doing it themselves. But you provide, you guide, you mentor, you encourage. You don't scold. You don't become an absentee supervisor. So this is a message for us. We need as supervisors to recommend deserving students for scholarships. For example, in our universities, if there are opportunities, we need to be fair, transparent, so that we can recommend these deserving students not only for scholarships, but also for recruitment on staff development programs. As supervisors, we need to connect our students with professional networks, both in our countries, across our regions, and internationally. This is what will make PhD education sustainable. This is what will make PhD education enjoyable, fun, and impactful. We need as supervisors to build that culture of research, entrepreneurship, innovation, incubation, excellence by giving early support. You start together, you start early, you plan, and you move together with your postgraduate students. As a supervisor, you need to understand commercialization, entrepreneurship pathways, so that we can convert our research outputs into products, services, processes, trade secrets, copyrights, and enterprises. It is our work as supervisors to look at the output of the research work by postgraduate students and see the possible viable outcomes and intellectual commercializable assets of our students. So, having said that, commercialization of models, whether it is a patent, whether it is a copyright, a business secret, a model. So as a supervisor, we need to let our students know as they pursue their careers about patents and IP protection, licensing technologies, university spin-offs and startups, university industry partnerships and consultancy and knowledge transfer opportunities. I'll give you a case study. This is a case study of myself close to more than 25 years ago. As a young early career researcher, through my supervisors, I went to the internet, searched, and reached out to colleagues in Canada. And we came up with what we called then, 25 years ago, the Canadian Activity Needs Research Alliance. KIDSCAN, Kenyan International Development Study, Canadian Activity Research Alliance. My supervisor on the, I don't know if it's your left or my right, on my right, Professor Mike Boyd, one of the best Kenyan runners. We have produced as a country the best 800-meter runner. He has won many medals, Commonwealth and Olympic. He was my supervisor as I was studying Kenyan running excellence. Through his mentorship, guidance, I was able to reach out to Professor Mark Tremblay and colleagues in Canada, to the University of Ottawa. And this was a game changer for me because I met other young early career researchers, Bill Shield there from University of British Columbia. I met Christian Amo there from University of Ottawa. But I had a strong backing from Professor Mike Boyd and Professor of Excellence for Science, Professor Judy Waudo, Professor of Public Health and Nutrition, who kept urging me, showing me the networks, collaborations, and possibilities. Through KidsCan, through the other connection that I was able to get through Professor Mike Boyd was as PhD supervisor from University of Glasgow in Scotland, Professor Yanis Pisladis. He has remained my friend to date. From 2004 to date, 22 years later, we are friends. He was here about 2 months ago to visit me and also to come and give a public lecture. Through my works, then I've been able to influence other younger students from Uganda. I've been able to produce PhD students. There is Bernadette there. I connected her to University of Exeter. She got her PhD. We have Lillian Mugisha there. Lillian Mugisha, Makerere University, got her master's through my projects. We have Joy Washira. Joy Washira got her master's and grants through my projects. And then we have Stella Muthuri. Stella Muthuri there got her PhD, research grant, publications through my projects and my networks. This is what a supervisor is supposed to do to the supervisees, creating opportunities for sustainable growth and development. Through the networks, again, we are able, it is important for me to share with you these examples because they are not fiction. I was able to get through my supervisors opportunities to visit University of Ottawa at the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. For about 6 months, I stayed there, learning best practices, technology transfer, and this also added to what we are doing today. It added to the way I'm doing my stuff here in Kenya. Outputs from the KidsCan project, excuse me, we were able to build capacity with 5 PhD students. One of them is Stella Muthuri, Joy Washira, and 6 master's students. That group photo there with my researchers, my research students, but there's a little guy there in red. That gentleman is our son. He was very young. Today he's graduating. He will be graduating with his undergraduate degree in urban and city planning, influenced heavily by what we were doing with my collaborators, influenced heavily by what I was doing, because he says those who want to do exercise need good walking paths and running lanes and cycling lanes. So therefore, we want to be an urban planner, a city planner. So I'm quite satisfied with some of these outputs, academic outputs, but also inspiring the younger generations. From here, these are my postgraduate students who benefited from our research grant works. We were able to establish the nucleus for a human performance laboratory at Kenyatta University. But most of these students, my former students, now some of them are professors, associate professors, some of them have PhDs, and some of them are abroad in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc., etc. We were able to publish over 20 scholarly publications in index journals. And most important, that unless you did the bench work, you'll be the first author. Otherwise, supervisors are supposed to be either the corresponding author or the lead author, the senior author at the end. However, if you did most of the work yourself, then you earn the authorship. So we were able to get this done. We were able to publish again from KidsCan. We were able to come up with non-scientific publications, as you can see here, very important policy briefs. Some of the work that we did were highlighted in national newspapers. It is not easy, unless you are a politician, to get cited on the cover page of a national newspaper, but we were able to earn that space. We have been able to influence policy and practice. Here in Kenya, as a professor of exercise and sports science, I've been able to influence the policy around physical activity, active living, active transportation. And they draw to our work. The work that we have done is being used by the government in advancing healthy active living, not only in Kenya, but in the 16 Eastern Africa countries. We have been able to influence public health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Sports, through the work that we have done over time. We are the first country in Africa to produce a report card on the physical activity and body weight of children and youth. And many other countries have since followed suit, including in the global north. Yesterday, as a result of the work that we have done, we have been able to influence policy. Yesterday at KCA University, hosted by the Vice Chancellor of KCA University, Professor Isaiah Wakindiki, we launched the Kenya National Guidelines on Physical Activity. And our hand and our work and our intellectual assets have been used in coming up with this. It gives us a lot of satisfaction because our work goes beyond publishing in refereed journals to influencing policy and practice. Our students have been given increased and enormous networks across the world. This is what a supervisor is supposed to do: inspire the younger generation, inspire PhD and master students, inspire early career study, early career researchers, mid-career researchers, and then let them grow, let them go, let them flourish and move forward. This is what I have done over time. The little guy is still there, bottom left, which might be bottom right for you. He's still there. We went to Canada and he saw the world, and he'll be going to Czech Republic just next month because he has been inspired and is living his life. He wants to grow himself. So I am very satisfied, not only as a supervisor in the university, but also a mentor and a father at home. We would also develop another international program, very impactful, called the International Study on Childhood Obesity, Lifestyle, and the Environment. And you can see Kenya and South Africa only in the entire African continent were the only countries that participated in this. Again, a lot of outputs and outcomes and impact from this study. Over 30 scholarly publications. I would then come up with another study with my colleagues from Finland, Kenfin Edura. Again, together with my dearest friend, Professor Miki Fogelholm from the University of Helsinki, we put together this project. I'm giving you this as a living examples of the impact that supervisors can make on their mid-career researchers, early career researchers, and postgraduate students. I would put together this team of researchers, both from Kenyatta University then, and also University of Helsinki, and the output, several masters, several PhDs. These students have gone across the oceans. They have traveled abroad. It is a nice feeling to give an African student an opportunity to go on the plane, everything paid for, to go abroad to Europe, North America, Asia. They come back with technology transfer, with a changed mindset, and vice versa, giving students from Europe to come to Africa to have a field. I'm happy to report that Hannah Walsh here today works in Nairobi. Hannah came to Nairobi. We hosted her as a visiting scholar, a young scholar from Finland. Today she works in Nairobi with the World Food Organization. This is an impact of what happened when she was a student with me here in Kenya. Most of the students have been exposed, they've visited places, they have seen the world. Look, some of the outputs, some of these publications are being used in Kenyan schools today. Teachers are buying this, learners are buying this, being used in Kenyan schools. So PhD, masters, postgraduate should not only be for the degree, but they should be for impact, solving the challenges and the problem we are facing, commercializing. These books are being bought, they are on the shelves. And whenever I walk on the shelf, the Kenyan shelves, when I see the books, I read my name, but I also read the names of my students, my PhD students, and I feel nice. This is commercialization of intellectual assets. People are buying, and every year we get royalties. We get money coming to us. They call us, and it is not little money. It's not little money. It's not money for tea. It's money for, you can use that money to do a lot of stuff. Student exchanges, look at that. Sending our students abroad. Look on the right, Dr. Dan Jenga, who is a beneficiary, was in Finland and he was skiing. I think he's one of the more than 50 million Kenyans who have ever done skiing. I have never skied, but Dan, when we sent him abroad, he was skiing. He's the second person in Kenya to have done skiing, as far as I am aware. Violet, can you take us through this slide, please? Then I'll come back as I finish.
So the question, thank you, Prof. The question in our minds is, why is there low research output within our African setting? And we're scratching our heads and pondering our minds with the questions of these thoughts. Are academic staff not motivated because they have a heavy teaching load? So they're spending little or no time at all focusing on research and innovation activities, which then can be commercialized or can provide solutions to the challenges that we keep encountering. And just focusing on academics because that's where they feel they have to report on. Academic staff see research simply as a means to earn a higher degree only. Is that why then no effort or very little effort is being put in research activities? Or is it that they are discouraged by colleagues who get wealthy through other means than research? We see academics moonlighting or trying to offer teaching classes across various universities, and we assume that would be the only means for them to earn their bread and butter, and so they wouldn't want to take on any research or innovation activities. Or is it that they lack the skills and confidence to do research? So they have not been mentored in those paths, and so they're not confident to walk on the streets of research and innovation? Or is it that generally there's just lack of culture, research culture within the universities? Or the question is it that it's when you do not teach that you will be called to account, but nobody holds you accountable when you do not undertake any research activities? So is it that more focus is given on academics, teaching that is, and no to little regard or performance measurement is given on research, and then nobody's compelled to really take on research and innovation activities? Back to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Violet. The core mandate of KCA University is teaching, learning, research, and community service. And I believe this is a generic core mandate for across all universities. But why do we put more emphasis on teaching as opposed to research and community service? Why is it that it's a problem if you miss your lecture 1, lecture 2, but it's okay, it's business as usual if you don't write and submit a research proposal, if you don't file a patent, if you don't commercialize your intellectual assets? Why? These are questions we have to ask ourselves, and we must be ready to account for this. At KCA University, we have come up with mechanisms and structures that motivate, that encourage research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and commercialization of our research assets, while pursuing the aspect of teaching and learning excellence. We have deliberately embedded a pillar in our strategic plan, a pillar on research, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. And I'm very happy that at KCA University today, for the last 3 years, we have been able to file close to 30 IPs. We have been able to commercialize 5 research intellectual outputs. And we have 1 patent, which has just been won by one of our students. Everything must start from somewhere. As Jeff Bezos said, big must start small. But we have a responsibility to help our postgraduate students to move in the right direction. So as I already indicated, we have a structure, just like at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, I'm aware, University of Eswatini, Kenyatta University, I know there are all these structures in place to promote research, to promote postgraduate studies beyond publication, and also focusing on entrepreneurship and commercialization. This need to have strategies in place for commercialization of intellectual assets by embedding innovation and entrepreneurial mindset in our doctoral training programs, by incentivizing, incentives have to be there. incentivizing publication and commercialization equally by developing multidisciplinary research teams, by establishing research to market framework. We have a research to commercialization framework here at KCA University that's working, and we are seeing the impacts. By strengthening international partnerships and collaborations. So this, in a nutshell, are some of the partnerships, impactful partnerships and collaborations, research-led, that have been able over time to put in place, and the impact is amazing. If a story was to be written, if a book was to be written, I can tell you, it will be a very interesting book to read. I'm not blowing my trumpet. It is what it is. Just a few months ago, we won from the European Union Erasmus Plus at KCA University through the SHINE project, 12 million Kenyan shillings, about $120,000. And I should have said earlier on that I've won close to 10 million US dollars for research and development grants at Kenyatta University, combined with what we have brought together at KCA University. 10 million US dollars is no mean achievement. And this is a story of impact. Benefits of partnership and collaboration, joint research projects, student exchange and capacity building, opens gate for visiting scholar programs, student exchanges, research seminars, publications, and commercialization. As I finish, I want to say that I have also filed patents on my name. I cannot just be talking and talking and talking. I have filed patents. I'm on the route to commercialization of research output and intellectual assets. The first patent is on an ergonomic school bag with integrated load and posture monitoring system. This is a patent that we have filed. The other patent is on the use of AI, using AI for sports talent identification and development. These are patents that are on my name together with my PhD students. Takeaways: sustainable funding is not a one-time event, but a continuous process. It is not instant coffee. It is African tea brewed in the African pot. Collaboration between students, supervisors, institutions, and networks is very essential for sustainability. With strong planning and engagement, postgraduate education can thrive to sustainability, growth, and impact. Call to action. This need to shift from thesis completion to research impact, so that our students, postgraduate students, should be able to graduate with a product, graduating with a product. We should institutionalize training on funding literacy and mentor our postgraduate students to proactively scan and engage with the funding ecosystem. Because these postgraduate students eventually become professors. So we have to catch them when they're still at early career. We need to promote publication-oriented doctoral training, where this learning by doing, where the lecturer only guides, where the professor only guides, but the students do the work themselves. It's the learning by doing. Strengthen innovation and commercialization support structures at the universities, and also working with the industry. This is something that's achievable if we become jointly active players. We need to foster collaboration between academia, industry, and government, not just through MOUs, through action. Let's build a culture where PhD research contributes directly to national and international development priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure standing before you on my behalf and on behalf of my co-presenter, Sweeney Violet. We want to thank you very much, and I turn back the microphone to the chair of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof, for such a comprehensive and quite insightful presentation. What I can take away from your presentation is that this was both thought-provoking and quite inspiring. So at this point, I will open the floor for any question or comments that would be coming from our online community with particular regards to this presentation. So in the event that you would want to raise out your question, you can simply raise your hand and then I'll come to you. If you are experiencing any technical challenges, feel free to drop your question or rather comment on the message on the meeting chat. I will read it out loud. Do we by any chance have any questions or comments?
There's
Anyone?
a hand from Tutu. There's a hand from Tutu.
Okay, Tutu, you can go right ahead. Tutu, you can go right ahead.
I can't hear. I can't hear.
We can go to.
Thank you.
Okay, no. Okay, cool stuff. Come through.
Thank you so much to Prof for his presentation. It really make us think beyond research as novice researchers. I just want to find out, I'm now at University of Pretoria, but I always attend because I write about IKS, I write about decolonization of physical education in early childhood education. I'm involved in community engagement to introduce indigenous games in the community and practitioners. But I just want to find out, because I still need to learn more from Prof in terms of collaboration of our students as well. Maybe the opportunities of collaboration with with other universities. Thank you.
Prof, you can answer, and then we'll just wait for the next question while you answer this one.
Thank you, Tutu. You should send me an email. I've posted my email address on the public chat box. And I encourage you to reach out. Nice to know you're in the same field, physical education, exercise for science. But there are so many opportunities around the world where you can plug in and make your contribution and impact. The way I was able to develop these extensive networks was very easy. I would go to the university cyber cafe where there were computers, and I would scan university websites, including University of Cape Town, where I visited much later. And I would look for professors who are doing research and teaching in areas that I have an interest. And I would write to them directly, so and so. That's how I got my PhD supervisor, by the way, close to 25 years ago. So Tutu, please reach out. But I also encourage postgraduate students, don't look down. It's mine. Go to the university websites, reach out, introduce yourself, express yourself, and be very clear in your ask. What are you looking for? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm just going to read a couple of texts that are coming through on the meeting chat. We have Tobile Mabuza saying, thank you so much, Prof. We also have Audrey saying, wonderful presentation, Prof. We also have Joshua saying, what a really inspiring, obviously, presentation. I'm just going to stop here right now and shed some light on appreciation to Ms. Sweeney. We do not underestimate the portions of the presentations that you were coming through. We also learned a lot from you. So with that being said, thank you so much also for the presentation. I will continue reading. Amondi Aroko said, this was such a great conversation or rather presentation. As a master's student at KCA, I am looking forward to publishing someday. Yeah. Last but not least, we'll go to Munene Laiboni saying, great presentation. We have another hand raised from Tutu. I will take that while I build up on the meeting chat. I'll go back to them once we finish with Tutu. There's a hand raised there.
There's my father as well that raised after Tutu. Yes.
Oh, okay. Can I take Mafata and then I'll come back to Tutu if that's okay with you, Tutu? Mr. Mafata?
Can you put my hand down? I've already commented. Please, I'm trying to put the hand down.
Oh, okay. Noted.
Connected on the phone. Ignore. Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Mr. Mafata, you can come through.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mine is just a comment, a very happy comment. We got something new today that is now adding more value to what we are doing. It is now taking us beyond the scholarly work that we do. It adds the aspect of commercialization. I think we are so happy to get this, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mafata, for that comment. I also feel quite encouraged by the comments in the public chat box and the questions that are coming. I encourage you to look at the structures and offices in the university. Most of our universities, they have research offices. They have commercialization and entrepreneurial offices. They have partnerships and collaborations offices. But we rarely go there. We rarely go to those offices to ask them, hey, do we have any MOUs with universities in the rest of Africa or out of Africa? We rarely go there. Even by email, just writing an email to find out. So I want to encourage you from today onwards. I want to see colleagues, students writing to our directors of collaborations and international programs, to our directors of research, to our directors of innovation and incubation. Ask those questions. The offices are there for you. Take advantage. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to quickly go back to the chat. There is a question that came through there, but prior to dishing out the question, let me just quickly read the complimentary comments. We have Patrick Nyatete saying quite a challenging presentation. And then we have Lillian Oyula saying congratulations. I feel both encouraged and challenged at the same time. Mr. Mafata has already had his chance to speak, but also he noted that this was quite an inspirational presentation. Now there's a question posted by Bekim Tembu stating as follows. Would you agree that natural sciences lend themselves more to be patented and commercialized than your humanities/social sciences? I'll leave that to you, Prof, to respond.
I don't agree. What is important is the robustness and viability of the research output, whether it is in medicine, whether it is in natural sciences, whether it is in humanities, whether it is in environment or public health or sports science. What is novel? What is novel about what is coming out? What is the impact about what's coming? So I want to demystify. I want to completely demystify that notion. There's no discipline that is lesser than the other when it comes to solving problems. Natural sciences have their space. Social sciences also have their space in ensuring that we are moving forward. So please, if you're in the social sciences, don't look down. Don't look like you are an underdog. Don't look like you cannot. No, step forward, come forward, speak up so that you can be heard moving forward. There's no discipline that is bigger or better than the other. I'm an example here. I'm a PE teacher. For example, I'm a PE teacher. I was supposed to be in Mexico supporting Bafana last night, but I could not get the ticket to go there. But I'm a PE teacher, and you can see what I've done. I have colleagues who are in the natural sciences, and I respect them. So please, whatever you are doing, wherever you are, just do it very well. Leave the rest to others. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I do not see a hand, so I'll just continue reading the chat. So we have a chat coming through from David Likanya saying, great presentation indeed. And then we move on to Kagia saying, thank you, Prof. We are honestly empowered. We move on to Nancy, who is saying, great presentation, Prof. This is really helpful to me as a PhD student. I think for most of the people that are still studying, it is quite thought-provoking to go relook, if you're still at proposal stage, to relook your title to see if ever there are any elements there that can be commercialized. And then we have Myra saying, I was unable to join the meeting earlier, so I had a clash. I would appreciate a copy of the presentation. I would like to believe that the presentation has been recorded, so you will most certainly get a copy of that. There's a question from Julius Otumba, who starts the chat by saying, vital and elaborative presentation. The question now says, why is it that the focus is purely on postgraduate students? Why are you not sparing a little time on undergraduate students who will eventually be postgraduate students? Thank you. I'll leave it at that. Prof, you can come through and answer.
That's a very good question from Julius. Julius Otumba is an undergraduate student here at KCA University. I am not able to answer that question because the organizers of this meeting, Professor Shifo and Dr. Mukirahi Njihia, gave me the topic to talk about. So I want to ask Dr. Njihia, together with Professor Shifo and Madam Co-Chair, Madam Chair, can you answer that question? Because it is not for me, it's for you. Then I'll proceed.
Thank you. I'll have to pass it over to Prof. Koza.
Okay, thank you so much for the interesting question. Yeah. So what happened is that when we talk about you could hear from the speakers where they said the emphasis is more on teaching and learning than research. So when that is happening, then is that we run so many courses for undergraduate students, and for undergraduate students, we are trying to push them to go for what we can call professionalization of what we are doing. Then when they move then to honors, we start now to say, okay, you are professional enough now. What you know is the content. Let's now change it to research. Let's move to research. That is the honors, the masters, and PhD. So in doing so, we are taking the middle part of the three giants, where you have the undergraduate, you have postgraduate, then you have the world outside your postgraduate studies. So in other words, what you already have at your PhD level, you have already started it at undergraduate level. Therefore, this cohort is accommodating you even you have at the undergraduate level. It's just that there you may not be pushing the boundaries like those that are pushing it at PhD level. So for example, if I start to use ChatGPT at undergraduate level, I will use it and enjoy it and just socialize with it in terms of what I'm looking for when I look for information. But when I go to postgraduate level, then I may start to say, in my PhD, I have established that one of the theories that are useful, or one of the tools that are useful, is ChatGPT. So now when I provide that at PhD level, then I will understand that I understand how ChatGPT is coordinated, is the usefulness and everything. But when I'm done with my PhD study, I should not be stopping there, because there's another phase now. So PhD will give me what we call a license of enjoying life outside. Therefore, when you go outside there, you publish a paper that you have published at your PhD level. So it's easy for the guest editors or editors to simply reject it because it's talking the level of what you call your PhD. But it now be talking about what is the ideology of Samuel Altman, who has produced ChatGPT. So it's no longer about the usefulness of ChatGPT through your research, through your learning as an undergraduate student, but now it's about what is his ideology. How can you crack his ideology and go beyond his ideology? Because remember, whatever theories we have, they are there to help us to survive and operate, but they are not necessarily giving us the truth of what we need in our unique life. So in other words, this process, this theory that we have produced for your PhD start, from your PhD start, has started as early as your high school uh, qualification, then you move with it. That's why your PhD, for example, is in mathematics or is in physical science, because we have started the journey already there. So to be here as a postgraduate student, you are not running away from your life as an undergraduate student, but you are writing that. So as a result, I know professors here, professors who are very strong in writing self-study. Therefore, your self-study start when you were born. It will move straight to where you are right now. So I can witness that once you do that, you find that you start to understand yourself more than what you have been doing. Like in my case, I was taking that issue for granted, but at the moment I conducted a self-study, which was published by one of the top journals in the world. It's called African Identities. So it published that. It even said to me, you are not limited in terms of numbers of words, because this is a self-study. So I want to understand how you have started your life from birth to where you are today. Therefore, the lessons that you have here that were presented by Prof here. So they are important. Part of that journey is where you collaborate with other universities, other students, other this. So because this it's not a lonely journey, it's a journey where you can bring in all the ingredients that you need, because there's no recipe which you can say this is the recipe of becoming joyful in the world. But all the experiences that we have encountered or experienced from birth to now are very important in making what you are today. I
Thank
think
you very much.
answered that, Prof. I think we may continue.
Thank you very much, Professor Koza. Julius, there are several other outlets that focus on undergraduate students and even diploma students. So we will make it our business to share with you those opportunities. But we hope by attending here, even as an undergraduate student, feel inspired, feel encouraged, start looking ahead, even as you pursue your undergraduate students, your undergraduate studies. I have seen, Madam Chair, I've seen a wonderful...
I think Nancy's hand is up.
Oh.
Yes, I've noted the hand. Perhaps Nancy can go ahead. I feel like Prof. Vincent, you wanted to say something, if I'm not mistaken.
You are right.
Yes.
Mavela, thank you very much for your comment. I would like Mavela to come to your university. Just let you know that I normally sleep. Even as I help, I'm very organized. I have time for my family. I have time for my students. I have time for myself. But I run. I also ran. Before this meeting, I went for a run for 1 hour. That's why I don't put on my tie here. I went for a run for 1 hour. So I feel very strong most of the time. But of course, because I'm human, I sometimes feel tired and I take a break. So Mavel, I would like to visit your university, Sol Plage University. I will be in East London in August. So you invite me and we see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for answering, Kolani. We're just going to quickly jump to Nancy and then we'll continue with the chat. Nancy, feel free to chat.
Thank you so much, Professor Vincent. I'm really sincerely, and I thank you for organizing this meeting and taking your time to engage with us directly. I'm a PhD student at KCA, so this comes as a very good meeting for me, but I have two genuine requests. First, could we make these meetings more regular, even quarterly would make a difference? And second, we appreciate your guidance on these scholarship opportunities and what they have done, because funding information oftenly that circulates, it's not so formal, and many of us miss these windows simply because we don't know that they existed. And as PhD students, sometimes we just need somebody to hold our hand and tell us this is the path, because we are not so much aware as we are learning from you. We are just new in this field. So it is just a small request that I'm asking, if the same support that you've done to your students could also be extended to also fields like the finance and also like that. Not just for, it's just favors that we are asking for, because we've seen whatever you're doing is really, really nice. And I know if it comes to our field, it would also benefit us and benefit the ones that are behind us. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Excellent, inspiring observation. I wish I could supervise you, Nancy. Unfortunately, I wish I wish I could supervise you because the research landscape at postgraduate is quite similar across disciplines. So I wish I could supervise you. But to let you know that through the Directorate of Research Support and Dissemination, and Dr. Laiboni Munene is here, the university normally organizes one form of seminar or another almost every 2 months. That's one. Number two, we have learned that some of our postgraduate students, not you, Nancy, some of our postgraduate students don't use their corporate emails, their student corporate emails. They use Gmail. So whenever communication is sent to their student corporate emails, they don't read it because they don't use it. They prefer using nancy@gmail.com, Vincent Onywera@yahoo.com. So this is a comment not for Nancy, but for our postgraduate students across Africa. Please use corporate emails. Finally, Nancy, we normally send out opportunities for funding, research grants, every 2 weeks. I get them myself. Dr. Laiboni's office sends these. So please take advantage and read, go through, come to us, ask us, how can you participate in this? How can you do this? How can you get funding to go for research? Even just to look at how things are being done. So Nancy, don't be too far away. And I'm very encouraged by your question. And I wish I could supervise you. If not, please find time, reach out to Violet Sweeney, send me an email, then we can have tea on campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, Nancy. I hope you answered. We are gonna jump onto a question or rather comment. Sorry, I'll go to the comment.
Oh, there's another hand from for Kenosi.
Kenosi, okay. Can I just address one question on the chat, and then I'll come to I'll attend to the hand after Prof addresses this question. So the question is coming from Emmanuel. He says, do we want to limit our conceptualization, commercialization to what we can sell only? What about research that changes people's worldviews on, say, for example, gender, race, class, or other internationals? Why must commercialization only mean that only mean that which can be sold and generate money?
Yes, Emmanuel, we are not limiting you. One of my slides said that we engage in research for the following purposes. One, to generate new knowledge. Two, to influence policy. Three, to influence practice. Four, for career progression. Five, for commercialization. So we are not limiting anybody. Remember, not everything that is researched can be commercialized. That's the truth. So commercialization is one of the downstream end results of a research project or a research area. So don't feel limited. We have so many pathways for what a research project is supposed to look like. How does success look like for me as a researcher? Success is defined by publication of my work, dissemination of my work in conferences and in national meetings, by taking my students abroad or encouraging, motivating, getting funds, influencing policy, and I showed you here, influencing practice, but patenting your work so that it is research for wealth creation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. We will take the hand from Kenosi. Please feel free to unmute and ask your question.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for allowing me. Thank you very much, Prof, for a presentation. Like Madam is saying, I'm Kenosi. I'm a PhD student from the University of Botswana. My supervisor is Prof Pansiri. He's the one who actually motivates me to attend this webinar almost every time, which I'm very grateful of. And maybe because I'm basically from a defense, I wanted to hear your position in relation to civil-military education relationship. Is it something that is really a must, or should military continue like on its own, separate from the civil? Just your position, just to hear your position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kemosi. I have many friends at the University of Botswana. My teacher and Professor Shehu is right there at the University of Botswana. And also Professor Malete, who is currently at the Michigan State University, has a lot of roots at the University of Botswana. I will visit you there. In terms of military and civil, I think it depends on what the leadership and the vision of the country is. Because the military, the police, the army, they are human beings. They are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our sons, they are our daughters. They are military because we are civil society, because we are civil. They are military because we are civil. Therefore, whatever research that needs to be done or is being done to enhance the output, the safety, the security of the country and the civil is most encouraged. I have done research in the area of safety and security as it relates to physical fitness, for example. I have done some work in that landscape. So the military should not be seen as something so secretive that the civil should not know, because they are military because we are civil. They are military to protect the country, the borders of the country, the integrity of the country. So for me, I don't see any challenge. At some point, I was lecturing in one of our in the military here, taking physical activity, physical fitness, anthropometric measurements. And so I don't see the problem. We have in Kenya, for example, community policing. And community policing is something that is taking place in many countries, even in the global north. No problem, because you have to collaborate, you have to partner in the best interest of the civil and the society.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Can I add? Can I add, share?
Yes, feel free, Prof.
Yeah, no, I think Prof is right there that you see, whatever you do, if you look at it, it generates something to you in order to be better in future. So what is happening then is that through military training or activities, one may generate what we call performance curriculum. The understanding of performance curriculum is coming very well there when you come that route. So when then you come to other areas of life, you'll find that you need competence-based curriculum. So this journey, it's about how you move from one space to another space. So this space may be driven by what we call performance curriculum. Performance curriculum is what we call content-centered approach in our teaching. And then we also have what we call a learner-centered approach in or outcomes-based driven curriculum or competence-based curriculum. So that is coming from another sector. Usually it's more on humanities. So where you have maybe physical training, and then you have your team, then you socially achieve certain competencies together. So in this case, then each space. So if you combine military training with education, with this package, so all those packages will produce what we call the self. The self is you in this case. So those components then may help you in life in understanding whatever dynamics that we are coming across in life. So for example, in my case, I had that experience where I was trained as a soldier. And then after that, then I had to continue with my education. I became a civil engineer. And then you see there, all these competencies that I generated there, they help me when I come to university then to teach, because I'm able to allow my students to do whatever they want to do that is generated by their internal unique intelligence. But if we have not gone through those kind of activities to combine them to form your teaching philosophy, then you have a problem that you may be limited. For example, where you find that you want to supervise a student. This student is expecting you to give them, these students are expecting you to give them structures, how the structures of your research goes according to your institution, but only to find that this supervisor will simply take a competence part, which means the open way of supervising them, and simply say, go out there and then generate a topic and come back to me, we'll look at it with you. So which is the opposite to that is to say, you give them, you ask them to reflect, on what they are facing right now, and then from there you build the topic from there. So there's these different ways of supervising students. So as supervisors, usually then we become aware of them because we come across different students. So that's my contribution there, that whatever you have experienced, you can bring it together to form what we call it's your scholarship or your teaching philosophy, so that when you teach, you understand your position according to the need of your students. When you supervise, you do the same. When you publish, you do the same. So in other words, you enjoy how how you have experienced life coming from different components of life. Therefore, that's what you can do. And the last part that I also would like to indicate, I think, is to Nancy. Nancy, that yes, indeed, we do have these webinars every 2 months. So the last one we had was in April. So this one we have in June. The next one will be in August. You see, we have every 2 months. Therefore, you can join because the guest speakers that we invite here are strong, like what Prof has done right now, where you can ask any question, and then you push that question to address your real need, like what Ganeso has done to address his need. It may not be related to research only. It may go beyond the research. It can go for teaching. It can go for civic education. It can go for military training. It doesn't matter. Bring it on. So this platform is open, is flexible, and we have colleagues who are experts in those areas who can also channel you according to what you may need there. Thank you. Thank you, Shay.
Thank you so much, Prof. I do not see any hand, so I'm just gonna go back to the chat. There's a chat from Sinentlantla saying an insightful presentation, Prof. Thank you from a perspective of a supervisor. I'd also like to add on that to say that you gave us a guideline of the basic expectations of a supervisor. And I think for most of the supervisors that are here, we now know where we need to improve or the things that we need to incorporate to ensure that our students have a wholesome experience. I think you've answered Nancy, and Kolani has been addressed as well. I'll jump to Njanga Sempumelelo, who is saying, thanks, Prof. We are empowered and motivated. Emmanuel has been answered. And we also have Munene Laiboni, who is saying that I am a supervisor. I think this person is a supervisor to Nancy. So maybe Prof, you and Munene can have a chat about how you got supervisor Nancy, because it seems like everyone wants her.
I wish I could supervise Nancy, but as I'm sure you know, it might not be possible because my plate is overflowing. But Nancy will have tea, we'll talk.
Thank you so much, Prof. And so there you go. You have two people.
Maybe, Chair, may I add that
Yes.
Prof is already co-supervising Nancy. Because
Okay.
the fact that he has agreed to present today, and then Nancy is asking some questions. We are all supervising Nancy right now. So it's the one family of supervise. That's why when you present, when Nancy present tomorrow, if she decide to present,
Yes.
we are not going to ask Nancy to say, who is your supervisor? Which university are you coming from? We are just one family. So all what will happen is that we'll give contribution as supervisor without necessarily attaching. So Prof has already supervised Nancy. So
Congratulations to Nancy. You have a whole community of supervisors here. So we hopefully look forward to the completion of your study on a positive note. I see that there are no hands, so I'll just end by my closing remarks to say that we really do appreciate this insightful presentation. I'll just make one statement with what you're doing with Srini. I really do appreciate that, because Prof. Khoza is my supervisor for my second master's. So I'm a doctor of engineering, but now I'm currently doing my master's in education. So he is also facilitating such platforms wherein I can come through and interact with other intellectuals. So I just saw a hand. I'm gonna stop here and give Prof. I think this is Prof. who wanted to say something. You can unmute, Prof, and come through. I just wanted to close with that appreciation point. Once you finish off, then I'll hand over to Prof. Khoza to close with all other institutions that are here. Prof, you can come through.
Thank you very much. Just to thank all of you very much. I feel very, very, very inspired. I have learned so much from the questions and from the comments. So accept my appreciation. I also want to thank my co-presenter, Sweeney Tindi. Thank you very much for the work you have done and for accepting for me to mentor you, Sweeney. Thank you for accepting for me to mentor you. Sweeney put together this presentation, to be honest. So let's keep going, and I will support you until you get your PhD. And then finally, supervisors, let us humanize postgraduate supervision and postgraduate study. Let us humanize. Let us not see a situation where postgraduate students are crying, they are frustrated, they are almost losing hope because of us, the supervisors. Because we are who we are, because we were also supervised and supported by other people. So let us humanize postgraduate studies. Thank you so much. Have a nice weekend. I'm happy, I'm inspired. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Before you leave, can I officially hand over to Prof. Khoza to officially close off the session, Prof? There's a hand also from Makosazana. Can we also give that person a chance to chat, and then I'll hand over to you, Prof. Makosazana, you can come through. Makosazana?
Good evening, colleagues. It was a mistake. I'm so sorry, miss. Sorry.
No, that's good. That's good.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
No, Dr. Shoba, please. I'll ask you to give a closing comment, some closing comments from the UKZN side. Just prepare that. You will be the one who will represent us from the UKZN side. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof, for everything that we have given us right now. It's nice food for thought. Therefore, we are happy that you are now a part of this family. And then being a part of this family, then we will, from time to time, we will invite you where there is a need for that. And then also, if we do have some students who are in your field, who need some advice, that will happen as well. And also, I would love to have a process where we can then start to communicate. I think through Sweeney, I think to establish an MOU with you. So from our side, I will encourage Dr. Shoba to communicate with Sweeney so that we may establish that MOU like other institutions that are here. Yes, so, because it's better there. If we, for example, we want to take our undergraduate student for teaching practice, we may bring them through your university, then we work like that. So that's what the family is doing here. So thank you very much for everything that we have given us. And then I also want to go back to Dr. Peshuna Mudau. Yes, Dr. Pashuna Mudau, I had to hijack her to say she had to share for us today because she is a new doctor who has just received her what you call a PhD in civil engineering. But now, however, she wanted to go through another process where she said, I don't have, because I'm not a teacher by profession, therefore I'm coming to UKZN to do my master's degree in education. Although I do have my master's in civil engineering, but now I want to have the practical I have from civil engineering to apply with certain relevant education theories. So that's why then she's doing now her second master's degree. And I'm happy that I've seen here that even other deans have joined, and the DVCs and the VCs. For that was good. And again, Prof, for allowing us to invite you. It also encouraged other DVCs. For example, we have seen our UKZN DVC and the Dean of Research. They were encouraged to say, let's come through to the processes. So that's really it. So we wish to open this opportunity enough that all students or prospective students who would like to join any of these universities may come through this route. Like in my case, I now have students who are not registered with UKZN, but they come to this platform, they present their proposal, then colleagues here supervise them. So by the time they defend their proposals, then they are better. They can articulate everything. Like in the case of Dr. Mudau, Dr. Mudau presented in the beginning of this year when we had this cohort in February, like Professor Thalele, Professor Makumane, Professor Mpungose, Dr. Mabuza. We decided to make those a panel for that day. So she then completed that process. After that, she went back to do some corrections. And then after that, then she defended successfully with no problem. So therefore, with that, then this platform is open for that. So if you have your student whom you think is preparing to defend the proposal, use this platform. And then again, if you have a paper that is ready or you are not sure if the paper is ready, Saturday is for that, where you can present it and then you allow supervisors and other than the students to critique it, and then from critiquing it you can send it for publication. And also note that in this particular platform we have colleagues who are guest editors of certain journals, of certain special issues, and they are editor-in-chief of some other journals in this same platform. Therefore, if you just use this platform for your particular work, then that's where your work will be shining. If you want to understand how to collaborate with other institutions, going for memorandum of understanding, etc., so that you have the student exchange or staff exchange. So this is the platform that you can use as well. And then you take advantage of the platform, then it will then be good like that. So let's now close, colleagues, because tomorrow again we'll be back to allow now our student Prof has done his job today as the Friday one. And then tomorrow we are giving this opportunity to students to say, student, follow what Prof has done. Then they will take it from there. So I do have 4 students already who have indicated their interest of presenting their work. And the first student is not a registered student, is from, I think it's from Ghana. who just sent an email to me to say, I'm interested in presenting my ideas. So he will present his ideas, and then we will be supporting him, and all the way. Then from there, it will be okay. So let's now then closing comments in order to prepare for tomorrow. So let's have someone. Let's start with UKZN so that Dr. Shoba will.
Hi, Prof. Okay. Good evening, colleagues. I am Makosi Shoba
Yes.
from
Yes.
KZN. Can you hear me, colleagues?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. So, my concluding remarks on behalf of UKZN would be, I want to thank Prof. Vincent for sharing his ideas with us this evening. I also want to thank Dr. Mudau for doing an impeccable job in sharing this session. Hopefully all of us have our take-homes regarding Prof's presentation. My take-home being that Prof said something interesting or an important point to say, let us all have humanity in our supervision. For me, that was profound because supervision is quite a challenging teaching, and therefore, if you're not patient, if you don't have humanity, you're likely to become, or to treat students a certain way. So that for me was a takeaway, because that is what I tried to do, and it is my appeal to other supervisors to kind of continue or learn to have humanity in our supervision, especially because we are no longer supervising old students, who will passively accept instructions from us as supervisors, but we're supervising the Gen Zs who are very assertive and know their rights. So therefore, as supervisors, we can't match the energies that students bring to our supervision journeys. As adults and as experienced supervisors, I think that we need to kind of understand and also have exercise humanity more than anything. So that for me was profound, Prof, and thank you for sharing that. And also, we're looking forward to collaborations, not only with Prof's university, but across universities that are here or that participate in this platform. And thank you, Prof, for your consistency, or for being consistent rather, in kind of ensuring that we continue to engage in this platform. So on behalf of UKZN, as the leading institution in this program or engagement, I want to say thank you all, and do enjoy the rest of your evening and the weekend ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Over to you, Ms. Dr. Mudau, and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shoba. Let's go quickly to University of Eswatini. Dr. Mabuza, or anyone else from the Eswatini part?
Thank you. As we conclude this webinar, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our guest speaker, Professor Vincent Onyera, for these insightful presentations on scaling PhD scholarship to research publications and commercialization. Your presentation, Prof, has challenged and inspired us to think beyond completing a PhD and to focus on producing impactful research that contributes to knowledge, innovation, and societal development.
I would also like Professor Koza to express my gratitude to Professor Anil Chukukon, DVCR at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, for opening this webinar and commissioning us to engage in this important conversation. We only wish that he had been able to remain with us throughout this session and perhaps share some of the secrets behind his remarkable research journey and achievement of more than 200 publications. Such insights will undoubtedly have some invaluable to many of us as emerging researchers. You can imagine having two inaugural lectures from professors or DVCRs from different universities. That is very great. We have been blessed today. On behalf of everyone present, on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini, we thank both of you professors for your leadership, your mentorship, and commitment to advancing research excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maboza, for those kind words. Thank you so much for coming through as well. Let's go straight to the National University of Lesotho. Prof. Makumane or Dr. Singaye, any one of you want to conclude?
Thank you, Prof. Koza. I wanted to say Prof. K.
Yeah, you can say it's all right.
Thank you, Prof. K, for affording us this wonderful opportunity to get a unique lesson today. We appreciate the different presentation given by Prof today, and you know, we are small people at a small university, and when we climb on the shoulders of giants like you, we are seen and we learn a lot. I personally learned something from Prof's presentation, that we have to relate cordially with our supervisees. That's a big lesson. That's a big lesson, because supervisors and their supervisees end up living like kith and kin. He gave an example of his supervisor whom he said he is now known for the past 22 years, and they are like brothers. I think that's one lesson we have to take away from today's presentation, that us, the new crop of supervisors in the institutions, we are a new crop. We are different from the old guard who were gatekeepers. You know. There are people who will tell someone that this PhD, you cannot have it like you are picking cotton on a field. It's hard to get, and they will make sure that they make it hard for you to get. So when we listen to such journeys which encourage us to be as cordial and as friendly and as encouraging and as nourishing, as lactating as possible to our supervisees, I think it's a big lesson. It's a big lesson. It's a big lesson. And Prof also taught us that with academia, you can traverse all boundaries. You can disappear onto the horizon. The world doesn't end at that horizon where you see the sky touching a mountain. There's even there's even another world beyond that horizon. And all this can be achieved through academia. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. We have learned a great deal. And let me close by borrowing from the African phrase, which says, "The person who takes the lead does not erase the road. If anything, they make it wider." So we are happy to be following on this road. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank thank you, Dr. Singaye. I thought that you were going to close by telling us that an iron sharpens the iron. So because
I
I
leave
know
that
you.
to Prof. Makumane to copy me.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University. I think Dr. Gia is still here.
Yes, I'm still here. So
Yes.
I would like to appreciate everyone for the successful journey that we have had. And I'm happy for Professor Nyela for making a presentation today. And I'm happy that KCA now has joined the group. Now we are 2 universities from Kenya, which is very good. So we can be sharing notes locally even as we continue. So I'm happy. And like I said during the introduction, is that Professor Onyuela is not new to these webinar series, because when Professor Koza wrote to Kenyatta University, the mail went to the research division, and they are the ones who marked it to my department. And whenever even when we started the webinar series, we would always share with their office, and they would also share with the wider university community. And so he has been part and parcel of this, and I'm happy that he has now been able to bring another university, Kenyan university, on board. So my appreciation also to Professor Koza. I think you have guided us so well. And it's not easy to keep people together for more than 2 years. And I think now we are more than 2 years since we started. And we have been very consistent in our webinars. Every 2 months, we have a presenter. And that also goes to show that as a leader, you have done well. It's not easy to keep a team together from diverse institutions, different countries, but you have been able to do that, and so we appreciate. And I also appreciate all the members of the group from the different countries, because if we are not playing our laws, then we will not have succeeded. So the members who have been here, who have been showing up, I think you need to be given accommodation for that, because we are the ones who are keeping the fire burning by being there every 2 months. I know we are very busy, but every 2 months we sacrifice all our other activities so that we can be part and parcel of this. So let's continue doing good. Let's continue supporting our students so that they can also be able to reach where we are. So thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nshia. Yes, in fact, yes, we've produced quite a number of PhD students through this cohort since we started in 2023. So quite a number of colleagues here have graduated, and then quite a number of colleagues here have published, supported by their participation here. So we are doing very well at the moment. I'm not sure if I think Sweetie want to say something in concluding from the KCA University, or she will allow Prof to say the concluding words from KCA. So Sweetie, you want to say something, or you allow Prof to say?
What I will just say is thank you very much, Prof, for sharing your experience with others. I am always impressed, and I feel favored to be working with you, and I feel even more blessed that others have a piece of you after this session. And I truly encourage the PhD students, because I also witnessed this program when it was initiated in 2023. And I would encourage them to take advantage of it because, as Professor Koza said, you will benefit from the wealth of the very many supervisors here at no cost, just your time. So please take advantage of it and explore this wealth that is among our supervisors here. Prof, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Thank you very much, Sweeney. You know, Sweeney was on my case when Dr. Mukirai, when Dr. Mukirai, Dr. Njia wrote to us, I have been very busy. I've not had a break. Sweeney was on my case that, Prof, you have to speak. You have to be on this forum on Friday, 5 to 6. She was on my case. I tried to avoid because there are so many other competing interests, but she was on my case. So I want to thank you, Sweeney. It's because of you, but also because I believe in research and the potential of the African scholar in moving Africa forward. Secondly, Professor Koza, Dr. Mukirai, I would like to advise that you find a way of embedding this program within the framework of the Association of Africa Universities, so that it can be part and parcel of growing excellence in the African Academy through this kind of seminar series. Next year, KCA University will be hosting close to 1,000 delegates for the Africa Association of University Diamond Jubilee and Conference. We would like to invite this team, Dr. Koza. We could run a workshop, a session workshop. We'll give you the necessary contact so that you can write to the AAU. Via Sweeney will give you that so that we can scale up and make this even bigger and bigger and better. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I have to drop out now. I wish you a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Yes, we'll really enjoy that invitation, because we encourage colleagues here to participate in those activities, the special conferences, and then the associations that are pushing the African scholarship like that. So thank you so much. It will be good to have that. Okay, let's now check if Prof. Tlalela is still here from South Branches University, and you know that Prof will be in East London soon in August. Therefore, he will come through that side. Prof. Tlalela, are you still here? Yeah, but he was here when you indicated that you may join them there. From UNISA, Prof. Pungose, are you here? Yeah, it looked like other universities who participate without giving they want to be part of this. They are just attending without indicating whether. Yes.
Prof. Koza, from KCA University, Dr. Munene Laiboni. Dr. Munene Laiboni, if you are here, ideally, Dr. Munene Laiboni will be the contact person at KCA University. He is our director in charge of research support and dissemination. So this really is in his directorate. Dr. Munene Laiboni, if you are there, please, can you say something?
Yeah, but anyway, Sweetie will give us the contact so that we can contact. Yes, so that we can contact. And I will especially give that, dedicate that to Dr. Shoba to communicate so that we may establish even the MOU like that. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay,
colleagues.
Here, Prof, as you requested, this is Dr. Munene Laiboni. And I'm going to drop my email on the chat box. We will keep talking as time progresses. Thank you.
Thank you. We are closing already. Eh? so you just drop an email to us then, because it looked like but anyway, you do have our emails in the group. You can just drop it to me so that we can then establish that working relationship here. Yeah, so let me just maybe the email is easier. We can you can even say it and then we tell it. We write it. Let me check the chat.
He has dropped it in the chat box.
Oh, in the chat box. Okay, let me check it quickly before we allow him to leave. Okay. Oh, okay. There is the email there. I can see now. Wait a sec. Could be. Thank you very much, colleagues. We can then let's meet tomorrow then with our students who will be presenting their work. For now, from us, thank you very much. As organizer, thank you very much for participating. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.